no threat of immediate rain. Nice cool breeze. Yes, and there. And across the boundary, a deep extra cover boundary. Boundary for St. Paul's. That would advance their total now into good conditions for cricketers. And medium fast. One who has been shown, obviously, matches. Leads is over. And with that boundary, what it is now, 25. 24 for the loss. 24 for the loss of 1 wicket. Loss of 1 wicket. Raponcia. Raponcia. So Laponcia. So Laponcia after winning wicket. After winning wicket. So the 6 over. So the 6 over is in progression. Is in progression. And area, and the fielder retrieving it. And the batsmen, they were only able to get one more, so it's now 25. This grand final against St. Paul's. Yes. And no ball. And with that, the batsmen too were able to get runs to the total. Advances now. On boundary for 4. So La Poncia, they moves into the 30s, and they won. Thank you. Well, my monitor is not really giving me to keep depending on my very reliable scorers, and that completes the over. This is a 40 over. Is La Poncia and St. Paul's first, and they are now 31 for the loss of 1 wicket. Additions out there in the middle. No immediate along with the umpires, so still very ideal condition. The challenger, the left arm, he took the first wicket. Well, the only wicket that has gone down. keeper standing back. There's a solitary slip in the captain, Greg Stanley. There is a so. The batsmen were thinking about a run on that moment. It remains 31 for 1. Laponcia batting first. Final between Laponcia and St. Paul's. Has kept a good line and length. Back offside field with the keeper standing back. Solitary slip in the captain Stanley. And a mid-off. Another delivery just outside the off stump. No ball being signaled by umpire, which would advance now on to 32. The loss of 1 wicket. Both batsmen just having have recovered. They have recovered to an extent. Off, rattled into his pad. That's the end of the over. Players, nice cool breeze coming across the extent by developing a partnership at the present. They would hope that these two can go deep into and consolidate and give their team a good foundation to build upon. To break this partnership and get more wickets following can always be turning points in it, and no doubt this final may thus prove. No signal, just brush the pad, because once it doesn't touch any body, that will be considered a wide, but on that occasion 36 for 1. Line and length when they bowl into the left hander and when the right. A little entertainment there. Keen because the ball was played behind. Always the strikers call, and in the end they got chosen. It is for the loss of 1 wicket. Laponcia. Okay, and some notes, we cannot be certain what that is. Challenger will continue from that far end. and the wicket goes down, and the bat ball challenger. Goes LBW to challenger. So the second wicket going down for Lafont. All the feelers for St. Paul's, they are discussing what their strategy will be and having some. At the other end, Telma Gums, the officiating umpire, along with Julie LBW of the bowling of challenger. That for you shortly. So that was the wicket that St. Paul's needed. Now the ninth over in progress. Okay, good. We're going good. Thank you. Greg Stanley making some adjustment to his offside field for challenger. And challenger would be even more inspired having to, and another run will go. His total now on to 38 for 2. We are into the, let me keep tabula. He's bowling it. Yes, so 4 route, and this young man is really going from straight 8 for 3, and the batsman who has been dismissed is fast bowler for St. Paul's. And for the all live here final at the Connery Cricket Overs final between La Poncia and St. Paul's into the 9th over, and it is 30. The ingoing batsman is Elsroy Powell, and here he is now in a situation, a partnership for La Poncia, and it's 38 for 3. So have the better of the game so far. Sorry, pardon me. St. Paul's have the better of the delivery, and there is no run. So St. so far. And ball down. Sin as Roy Powell rocking the center stump, and this young look to that as Roy Powell was losing 4 wickets to his column challenger, and it's now 30. Great difficulty here in this grand final. So St. Paul's really on top of things here in this grand final, and they're looking at moment. We can definitely say that all 4 wickets is to challenge. One, two, we are back here, and Clark continues from this media center in. And really, wide beam signal. So it is now 39 runs is the total. 4 wickets going down, and all going to Kasim Challenger, the left arm seam bowler. Very impressive start by St. Paul's, and it's all happening here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So, what a beautiful spell so far from Kasim Challenger. He's not in operation, it is Clark. Driven out to cover, leader the fielder there, not feeling cleanly. Could not prevent the batsman from getting the 48th run. 40 it is now, the total. But 4 wickets have gone down for Laponcia, and all to young Kasim Challenger, left arm seam bowler, who continues and consistently demonstrates very good potential. For cricket, St. Paul's not having a good start, batting first. 41 is the total, and 4 wickets have gone down. La Poncia, they need to establish a partnership. We are just into, this is actually into the 11th over. Is being bowled so far by Clark from just the media centre end, with the keeper standing back. There is a first slip, a man on the third man boundary, a point, a cover, extra cover, and a mid off, a mid on, a mid wicket, and a fielder on the long leg boundary. So after 11 overs, La Poncia 41 for the loss of 4 wickets. 11 overs have been bowled so far. It's a 40 over final here at the Connery Cricket Centre between La Poncia and St. Paul's. La Poncia batting first, and St. Paul's, and Greg Stanley, the captain for St. Paul's, he would be very pleased, along with all his teammates, that the start in this final that they have gotten be a Kasim Challenger, the chief wicket taker and the only wicket taker so far. He has taken the 4 wickets that have gone down for La Poncia, and he is still going to continue. In a while, we will get his bowling figures so far, but we will just be patient with us, please. And here is, oh, that is 4 runs. It's going to go out into the deep extra cover boundary. So a most welcome boundary for La Poncia, advances their total now onto 45. Overs, runs, maidens, wickets. Sorry, 47. Thank you. 47, the total. Thank you very kindly. Appreciate that. 47 is the total. for 4 wickets. And the bowling figures so far for Challenger 5.1 overs, 23 runs. 22. 22 runs, 4 wickets. Very good spell by the young man, left arm seam bowler. But Laponcia is going to get more runs. It's going out into the deep point area. And on that occasion, it looks like they will just get 2 more runs to Laponcia. 49 the total, but 4 wickets going down for Laponcia. So St. Paul's very pleased at this position so far. 49 runs on the board, but 4 wickets down. 6 wickets are in hand for Laponcia. But these two will have to try and establish an opening partnership. But for how Kasim Challenger is bowling, and his confidence is really up now. That would bring up the 50. Yes, 50 the total, 4 wickets down. I'll have to do my writing also too. 50. And we are into over number 12. Good. Oh, sorry, we are into over number 11. I'm going ahead of my scorers. And Challenger is the one in operation. And he has so far has taken the 4 wickets. And no doubt will be looking for a 5er and even beyond. Who knows? But he might good stop there at cover. But in the meantime, though, the batsmen were able to get another run. Run there. Is it 51? Okay, thank you. 51 for the loss of 4 wickets. Laponcia will have to do a lot of batting if they should get a total that they can figure they can challenge St. Paul's. But here is the chief wicket taker. Challenger, one played out to cover. No run. Wicket keeper standing back. There's a solitary slip in the captain Stanley. There's a point, a cover, extra cover, a mid-off. And on the leg side, there is a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fielder just beneath us here at the media center end on the long leg boundary. St. Paul's could not have asked for a better start from Kasim Challenger, who continues from that far end. Oh, it's going to get close to the point boundary. Would it have the legs to cross? It does so now. So 4 welcome runs, and Laponcia would need many more of those to keep posting on the scorecard. That would advance the total on to 55. 55 for 4 wickets. Well, we're going to see. It appears like there might just be the call for a spin at this moment. We'll have to wait and see if that will be possible. It seems so that number 19, who is leader, he's a left arm slow orthodox spinner, and he will have his first ball from the media center end. He has been one of the veterans in this aspect of cricket, and he has been very productive in my view. Spinner. And there is a man at short third man, and I think Greg Stanley, the captain himself, is going to go at first slip. There is a cover on mid off, and is there a feeler right on the long off boundary? And on the leg side, there is a fine leg, a mid wicket now going right on the boundary, a mid wicket in Clark, and a long on the boundary. So here is Leader with his first over. And from ball one, he is right on a good line and length. 55 total, Laponcia, but losing 4 wickets so far. Two more runs to Laponcia. 57 is their total now. 4 wickets going down. Well, Leader after a good start in just his first over. Just 2 runs thus far. Another run to well, that completes the first over for Leader. Total is now 60. And that would be the conclusion of what? 12 overs so far? 12 overs, thank you, has been bowled so far. And after 12 overs, it is now total 60, but losing 4 wickets, Laponcia, here at the Connery Cricket Centre. There's going to be a bowling change, so Challenger has been taken out of the attack. We're going to have a new bowler, Terry Slippin, Greg Stanley. There is a point, a man on the deep extra cover boundary, a wide mid off, and a third man. Sporting the number 11 on the back of his jersey is Kevon Esdell is the bowler. He's operating from the far end. Runs for Laponcia. And it looked like they're going to get 2 runs. There's a fielder down on the long leg boundary, but that couldn't prevent them from getting a second run. 62 for loss of 4 wickets, Laponcia. Kevin Esdell operating in his first over. So we have two new bowlers or two fresh bowlers for St. Paul's into the attack. Well, we have some sunshine now at the present moment. That's that was interesting. One that was played down back along the pitch. The non-striker losing his footing. Doesn't seem like he has hurt himself though, but fell to the ground. And even though Kevon Esdell just went through the motion but didn't release the ball after probably recognizing that the non-striker was in his ground. But all is well. He's back on his feet. More runs for La Ponce, but just a single. Well, all runs will count in any form or fashion. 63 it is for the loss of 4 wickets, La Ponce. Well, it's gotten a little brighter now here at the Connery Cricket Centre. That overcast conditions when we started seems like it's getting much better now. We can see some sunlight. So this is very ideal so far conditions for this grand final here at the Connery Cricket Centre. And the two teams battling for the championship is La Ponce and St. Paul's. And so far, St. Paul's have got La Ponciana. The Ponciana, thank you very kindly. And here is one played back down the pitch. Let me just write that so I can have it right. Thank you. Thank you, my lovely scorers. La Poncia. Anna. La Ponciana. Now. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. I wasn't aware of that. And that's a good looking off drive. Just no doubt like that pretty flower, my scorer. 4 more runs to La Ponciana. So I've learned something new today. And I truly appreciate that. And what's the situation now? The players they're gonna have a refreshment break, and we also will have a break. But just before that break, it is 67 for the loss of 4 wickets. Grand final here at the Connery Cricket Centre. La Ponciana batting first and losing 4 wickets, and all the 4 wickets going to Challenger. No, but I am a type of person. All on TV, what you know. My friend in the States in a picture with me of the national flag in a bar. And you upset them. I said, girl, watch here. Whoever the owner in the just go tell them turn the flag, boy. You hear me? Alright, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You realize, you know? No, a lot of people ain't know that is very important. She went and tell the man. Yeah. And he told it to her. I said, when you see come yes, flag and him but you could Google it. No? Yeah. You could Google it. If you go put up a flag, right, yeah. You don't go and you Google it, the flag, see the flag is before you put it up. The information is so at everybody's fingertips is so obvious now in truth, but you have to wait until long and send a message and all. You see nobody got a computer in their hand. Some people write score when you draw to the attention the appropriate thing. You should not get offended. You should appreciate. You know, like I appreciate I was saying the wrong thing all the time. Sometimes it depends on who the person is, because I always believe that once you no, but it's true because see here now, right? All the matches that you have been covering and so forth. Your time is important just like everybody else's time. when they experimented it, budget. So I remember one time I could, uh, 67 for four. 13 overs, thanks. 67. Good afternoon. Yeah, but just after the refreshment break that the players have, those who might just be joining the stream, we can tell you that La Ponciana, there are now 67 runs. This is the 14th over, and it's been just commenced by leader. And a good start, La Ponciana, not really having a good start, but St. Paul's having a good start with 4 wickets going down after 67 runs is on the total. At the moment, we are into over number 14, the second delivery. And they're going to get another run. That's La Ponciana. So it is now 68 the total for 4 wickets. Wickets down. Which is now in progress by Lina. Yes. Almost getting some runs, but no. Well backed up there. 70 for the loss of 4 wickets. And that has completed over number 14. So after 14 overs, La Ponciana, who won the toss and decided to bat here against St. Paul's, they are 70 for the loss of 4 wickets. Well, Clark is going to come on from that far end. So he started at this media center end, and now he is, the sun is with us here now at the Connery Cricket Center, and we can see it now. The overcast conditions just before play started, and for a moment, it is now much more clearer, much more brighter, much more ideal. And this same bowler is Clark, right? Ah. Oh, leader. Josh Leader. Okay. Left arm orthodox spinner two from the far end. Between the umpire and the stumps. We'll have to wait and see if that came from bat. But anyway, one more run to the total. It did come from bat. So it is 71. The total, 71. Loss of 4 wickets. We are into over number 15. Just to remind you, it is a 40 over final contest between La Ponciana and St. Paul's. La Ponciana batting 71 for the loss of 4 wickets. Yes, another run for La Ponciana. 70 La Ponciana, 72. 72 runs is the total now. 4 wickets still down. So St. Paul's still having the better part of this segment so far in this grand final. And that is good running between the wickets. The fielder there, it was played out to short cover. The fielder did not collect cleanly, and the both batsmen realizing that there was that opportunity for the second run, and they took it. Advances their cause. That is La Ponciano now on to 74, also for 4 wickets. And that final delivery of the 15th over was played down to wide long off. So 75 for 4 after 15 overs. All spin attack in progress now. Yeah. Left arm orthodox spinner in leader. .76 for 4. 4 wickets, that is. I trying to lock it off from there, but may get it off. I'm gonna have to get my man from you there, pressing the thing. So it is Josh Leader just after that slight break, and we welcome all to the stream. And it's a grand final here at the Connery Cricket Center, and it's being played between La Ponciana and St. Paul's. La Ponciana batting, and after 16.1 overs, there are 80 runs on the board, 4 wickets going down. Josh Leader, one being struck. This look like it's going to be the first maximum. Is it? Yes. It's gone to the wide long on a wide deep mid-wicket boundary for the first 6, and a quite welcome boundary there for La Ponciano. Advances their total on to 86 for the loss of 4, and that was a mighty heave over the deep mid-wicket boundary. And actually, that one did clear the ground, so we are waiting to see if that it will be returned, or we can now see Thelma Gomes look like she is going to the pavilion to get a ball that might be similarly compared to the one that has been struck out of the ground. And out of the ground here at the Canary Cricket Center, there's a high, the bush outside the ground is very high. So depending on how far it might venture into that area, we might just have to get another ball. But at the moment, some of the players and more so the batsmen, they are refreshing themselves out there in the middle. And it's 86 for the last four, and we will break for a little while. We are into over number 18, and it is now what, 97? 97 for the loss of 4. So 6 wickets in hand. What total can La Ponciana feel comfortable that they can challenge St. Paul's? Well, it is Leroy leader. He's going to be looking for the 5th wicket for St. Paul's. And one hit straight out of the ground, over long off. It has gone probably into the National Heroes Park, which is behind this, the media center, and here at the Connery Cricket Center. Advances the total now just past the 100. 103 it is. So this will be a welcome good 6 for La Ponciana, bringing up the 100, exactly 103 now for 4. Leader continues, that is Leroy. 103 for 4 wickets. 104 it is now. Another run. So these two, they are putting a partnership together, and we will tell you when the last wicket went down in a while. Oh, this is the most valuable partnership, and it is 66. So this is a welcome partnership, and from a La Ponciana point of view, they would hope that they can go deeper into these overs, which is the 40 over final contest. Well, a most valuable partnership between these two batsmen for La Ponciana, and they have done some justice to an extent to the innings, because 66 so far is a good partnership, and that is what La Ponciana needed. Well, Josh, leader, left arm orthodox spinner, is going to continue from that far end. But at the meantime, though, both batsmen, they're having a mid-pitch conversation. And we will wait and see what will happen. Partnership now is 68 between these two batters for La Ponciana, and the total 106 for 4 overs completed is 19, 19 completed. So with two spinners in operation, they should be going through these overs quick. Well, Leroy Leader is going to continue from this the media center end and leaving the Robert Llewellyn International Airport. It's one of the jets. I'm not too certain which airline that one is. And this Connery Cricket Center is just very close to the Robert Bradshaw Llewellyn International Airport. Leroy Leader, he is looking to break this partnership for St. Paul's. It has beaten the keeper. It has beaten the batsman. We'll wait and see what will. 4 buys. They all add to the total, which now is 110. 110 for 4. And 72-run partnership. A very valuable partnership for La Ponciano. And they will all hope that these two who have established this partnership for La Ponciano will take it deeper or very close to the 40 overs. From their point of view, that's La Ponciano. They would appreciate that. But from the other end, ever so often we see in cricket when after a partnership, if 1 or 2 wickets go down, not saying that it will happen on this occasion, it's usually find a volume of wickets to follow. Well, both umpires are now having a conversation. That's umpire Julian Pemberton and Thelma Gumps. Well, we would not know what it was about, but everything seems to be okay. Umpire Pemberton is getting back in his position. And what it is you all might picked up, that might be, it was, he did signal 4 buys, right? But we would not know what the, because it seemed like the batsman might have been indicating that he might have got back onto it. But anyway, the umpire, Julian Pemberton, he went to consult with Thelma Gums at Square Leg. He is a standing umpire presiding at the media center end. So the conversation has not been concluded as yet. It seemed like Greg Stanley is indicating just asking his feelers or having a few words with the umpire. But anyway, the umpires are the sole ruling personalities out there conducting the game. So let us all get on with the game. Now the batsman is indicating something. Wicketkeeper is standing down. There is a short third man. There is a point, a cover, a man on the deep extra cover boundary, a long off, a short square leg, a man going out on the mid wicket boundary, a short mid wicket, and a fielder on the long on boundary. Leroy Leader now, all is set and ready, and he's continuing. Well, La Ponciano, they will be very pleased with these two batsmen. Really. $110 for 4. 20 overs been completed, and after 20 overs, La Ponciano, who won the toss and decided to bat, they are now 110 for the loss of 4 wickets. 72-run partnership, and both batsmen, the left-hander who is on strike is, what his name is, anyway, Josh Leader, continuing from that far end. A full toss being struck down to straight long on boundary. It will cross the line now. So 4 runs, 76-run partnership, 114 for 4. All the 4s there now. And these two really doing a very good job for La Ponciano. A good 76-run partnership. Very valuable partnership indeed. And they're getting another run. So 77 partnership. Wow. 115 it is for the loss of 4 wickets. And all 4 wickets going down to the left-arm seam bowler Challenger, who operated from this far end. Well, actually the end where Josh Leader, the left-arm orthodox spinner, is now bowling. And he being struck, it looked like this one is going to go out of the ground also. Right, over the mid-wicket boundary. 6 more runs. Wow. Another 6. Is it 121? The total is now 121. Anyway, we'll wait and see. 6 runs. 124. We greet you with 4 wickets. Going down. Well, Elijah hitting that one down too long off, getting another run, and really proving to be a very valuable and most valuable partnership. Total is 125. Partnership is what, 82? Elijah onto 50? 87? Another run on the board. 88 run partnership. I think I might have that right now. And with another run, it's what? The total is now 126. Wow. 126 for 4. 88 run partnership. Very, very valuable by La Ponciano. So they have, after losing those early wickets, the first wicket going down when the total was 4 for 1. That was, and at one time they were 114 for 4. They are now 126 for the same 4. So these two have calculated the situation quite nicely, and they know how important it is that if they can even bat out the remaining overs, but on the other hand, if St. Paul's should strike back into the balance, they will have to take quick wickets. While the partnership is getting, I'll ask the scorers if I'm in 91. 100 was in this partnership. First, Elijah has what? 40. Elijah has 42. 5-7 by. Okay, Jerickson Louis. Louis. 57. Not out. 42 not out. So this is another brother of the Louis brothers. We have Mikhail, who has accelerated and really has represented the West Indies at the highest level and Test cricket. The first player from St. Kitts to grace the international field playing Test cricket. And also he has another brother too by the name of Jeremiah Louis. He has been an all-arounder, but he has had recent injuries. And here is the next Louis brother, in Jerickson Louis, 57 not out. So a lot of talent by these brothers, the Louis brothers, and a very valuable partnership between Elijah and Louis, that Jerickson, 91, 129 for 4. Four runs to Jerickson Louis, hitting it down to the wide long on. A fielder was down there. He got a hand to it, but it was struck powerfully, and it evaded him and crossed the line. So Louis advances his contribution to 61 not out, with Elijah 42 not out, 95 run partnership. So 5 runs away from that 100 partnership between these two, and 133 for the loss of 4 wickets. And this has done La Ponciano very, very valuable partnership between these two. Yes. Another run advances the total now on to 134. Some 4 runs away shy of the 100-run partnership. They are now 96. That is Elijah and Louis. And what has worked well for them in this partnership too is a left and right hander out in the middle. So the bowlers always have to be adjusting their line and the lengths, especially when the singles are accumulating on a consistent pattern. Elijah 43 not out, and Louis, who is 51, plays it quietly out to short, extra cover. There is no run. The keeper is standing up. There is a short third man, a cover, extra cover. A long off, a long on the boundary, a mid wicket, short fine leg, and a man on my mid wicket boundary. Is this going to clear the ground again? It has done so, and another 6, and that also would bring up the 100-run partnership between these two. And what a magnificent feat this has been. Actually, what, 103-run partnership so far, is it? And with that 6 runs, 142 total. 141 for 4. So very valuable partnership between these two. Jerickson Louis is not out on 68, pardon me, and Elijah 43 not out. The ball has gone out the ground, and we will have a short break for a very valuable cause. But what a glorious revival here for La Poncia in this grand final against St. Paul's at this Canary Cricket Centre. as it is 141 for 4, and we will have a short break. Well, we are back with the action after that refreshment break that all the players were accommodated to. And it's the grand final here at the Connery Cricket Center La Ponciana versus St. Paul's. La Ponciana batting first, and they are in a very good position with some 17 overs to be completed of the 40. And after 23, La Ponciana batting first, they are 141 for the loss of 4 wickets. A partnership between Elijah and Louis, 103 runs. Leroy Leader, the left-arm orthodox spinner, he is continuing from this media center in with a solitary slip, and the wicket-keeper standing up, a point, a cover, extra cover, a deep a man on the long-off boundary. There is also a short square leg and a mid-wicket short and a mid-wicket deep on the mid-wicket boundary and a long on. So left and right hand combination. Bowlers have ever so often have to make those necessary adjustments. But Elijah coming forward. And both batsmen in this partnership too, to my recollection of thoughts, I'm subjected to correction, but I don't believe they presented any chances in this partnership. And no chances went to hand really, to say so. That is also a very significant and important segment of this partnership so far. As the left-hander Elijah is on strike, he is sweeping. It's going down to the fine leg boundary area. A fielder is running around. Would it have the legs? He kicks it back inside the boundary. We'll have to wait and see. But in the meantime, white has been signaled by umpire Pemberton. The batsmen, they run 3, so in actual fact, to the total, it will be 4 runs. So that will be 145 for the loss of 4 wickets. We are into over number 24. So La Ponciana, they have found themselves in a very good position, just basically because of Elijah and Louis putting on a very good partnership. Well, not just good, excellent, I must say. As the right-hander. Leader asking, looking for the breakthrough. Umpire Pemberton not interested, but signal in the end of over number 24. And after 24 overs, La Poncia batting first here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Grand final of 40 overs, 148 for 4. After 25 overs, it's now what, 152? After 25 overs, wow. These two really going along quite nicely. Partnership continues to build and build and build. And that has been very good coordination, very good shot selection, good running between the wickets. And the other players, and more so the young cricketers who might just be looking on at these two, and more so if they are batsmen, they can learn a thing or two from how Elijah and Jerickson Louis has really approached this partnership. We're gonna have a bowling change though from this. Okay, and the chief wicket taker has been reintroduced, but on this occasion he'll be coming from the media center end, and he has a bright future ahead of him. Nice, good run up to the wicket, uses the Yorker quite effectively, and he bowled most of his deliveries wicket to wicket, and he has a very good Yorker. And we will see how he will do in his second spell, operating from the media center end. The keeper is standing back. There is a man at short third man. There is a point. The captain himself, Greg Stanley. There is a man at the deep extra cover boundary. There is a cover, a long off, a mid wicket deep on the boundary, a short square leg. And here is the chief wicket taker challenger. And from ball one, right on the target, it was played down to short fine leg. But in the meantime, though, the batsmen were able to get another run, advances the total now on to 153 for the same 4 wickets. We are into over number 26, and it is been, and it's gonna continue to be challenger. The only wicket taker so far in this innings, all 4 wickets to his name. And at the conclusion of his spell, we will get you his full bowling analysis. That is when it has been completed, though. That would most likely be his 10, and obviously he's going to bowl his 10 overs. You just want to mix up, and Louis getting back to his ground quite quickly because the fielder from point was attacking the ball, and there was no run in the end. Okay, so Kasim Challenger, after 7 overs, 4 wickets, 31 runs, very good spell of bowling by the young man. It looks like he is, I'm not certain if he's going to make his way off the field, but he's heading to the players' pavilion area or the deep mid wicket, it might be, but we'll just have to wait and see. But anyway, a very good spell and very inspiring, and has bowled well. He will still have one more over out of his 8 because each bowler in this 40 over final is only allowed to bowl 8 overs for each bowler. So 7 Challenger has completed and just 31 runs, and he has taken the 4 wickets that have gone down by La Ponciana. Four runs to Louis, getting it out into the deep point boundary area. Wow, and this total now surpasses the 150, is that? 157? 157 for 4. La Ponciana, 157 for the loss of 4 wickets. And the partnership continues to be building between these two. 115 partnership between Elijah and Jerickson Louis. 115 partnership. Very good batsmanship between these two batsmen for La Ponciana. And very talented brothers in the Louis brothers. And it is Jerickson at the moment. Another one of the Louis brothers, we have Jeremiah and Michael Louis, who has represented the West Indies at the highest level. So an abundance of talent in the family of the Louis brothers. And I like the look also of this other brother in Jerickson Louis. Shot selection good, timing, no indiscretions, look very good, disciplined batsman, and getting down on a Yorker, just keeping it out, just showing how much he's concentrating and being focused. And in the meantime, he was able to get another run. So his score, Jerickson, he would be now on to what? 79. Jerickson Louis, 79 not out. Elijah is what, 44 or 45 not out? 44 not out is Elijah, who is the now batsman who is on strike. And getting his 45th run is Elijah. And that also has been a good significant hallmark between these two. The running and calling between the wickets has been very consistent, and running the first one quickly and looking to capitalize on every available possible area to score runs. And also to another valuable thing to this partnership, the right-hander Louis is on strike, sporting the number 25 on the back of his jersey. Hitting it. It's in the air. There is a fielder on the third man boundary who made a valiant effort. Did not look like he got any hands to it. We will look at it on the monitor. But in the meantime, though, Louis was able to get another run. He moves on now to 80 and 81. He's 81 not out. So some 19 runs shy of what will be a very and most valuable 100. Did not present any opportunity of a chance to any fielder. Looks good. Plays straight. And gets a single down to a wide long off. Carrying his personal score on to 82. And 82, chanceless 82. Got good shot selection. good timing of the ball, and both batsmen, Elijah, who is 5 shy of 50 runs, the left-hander, and these two have done the Ponciano very, very good partnership. Excellent indeed between these two. And thought for a moment there was a run, but in the end was sent back, Louis, and that is completed over number 27 has been completed, and after 27 overs, the total is 162 for 4 after 27 overs. It's a 40 over final here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and not really brilliant sunshine, but no immediate threat of rain. Very cool conditions, and at the Connery Cricket Centre, it's basically an open ground whereby, especially coming from the eastern side of the ground, will be a nice cool breeze coming across the ground from east to west. Little overcast, but no immediate threat of rain. The final continues here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Well, it looked like Elijah might have just had a slight uh, injury. He's just walking around trying to recuperate. So, player has held up momentarily. He's now bending over. It might have been a really hard pound to the ground, and it seemed like he's in some pain. But player has been held up momentarily. Another boundary there for Jerickson Louis, really executing it into the deep point boundary. And he keeps advancing his total. He is actually 90. So Jerickson Louis is now 90 not out. And this has been a magnificent innings by the young man. Really, selection of shots being very appropriate. It was a full toss though, and he executed it well. He has not given a chance in this 90 runs. Looked a very bright prospect for the future. Very composed. Nothing, no indiscretions I have seen he demonstrated here today. Here is Isidore playing at a delivery probably where he could have left, but in the end did not get a touch and the wicket keeper took it low down. Well, it's always good when a batsman gets an innings and has an innings, I must say, so far in Louis, where he never presented any chance in his 90 not out. And that is also very important, that his batsmanship. And here is a misunderstanding between them for moments, and the throw directly coming from short third man. And Elijah sent back Louis, and he went back into his ground quite early. And the throw from the fielder in the point area, it struck the wicket, broke the wicket. So if batsmen did follow through, it would have been very close. But in the end, that was not. And that would have been a very unfortunate way for Louis to get out, because that is the only way thus far he looked like he can get out. One to cover where Greg Stanley, the captain, is posted himself. And after 8 overs, he conceded runs. He conceded with a good spell, and he has been the chief wicket taker for La Ponciana. Wickets, well done, young Kazi. Very well done. And he is one to look for in the future. Also, Jerickson Louis, very impressive here at the Connery Cricket Centre. He is 90 not out. He will be the non-striker, and he has not presented an opportunity of any chance. Well, another run to Elijah. He is inching close to his 50. So we have a comparison here by Elijah getting close to his 50, and Jerickson Louis is on 90. He is getting close to his 100. And Elijah is actually what, 46 or 47? 46. But it is Louis who will be on strike, who is 90. And like I said earlier, never presented an opportunity of a chance. One going down the leg side. We will have to wait and see if there is a signal from umpire Thelma. There is none, so it would have been that it would have brushed the pad on the way down the leg side to the wicket keeper, so no harm done. Sporting the number 25 on the back of his jersey is another brother of the Louis brothers, McHale, who is presently a West Indian and first player coming out of St. Kitts to play Test cricket. And here is another one of his brothers showing very good potential in Jerickson Louis, getting his another run, carrying him on now on to 91, so some 9 runs shy of the 100 mark. And really a hallmark of good batsmanship, good thinking, good shot selection, no indiscretions, and never presented a chance to any fielder. And this young man, he also has a bright future in my view. Very bright. Here is another delivery played out to deep extra cover. Elijah is running fast. You know that he's getting closer to that half century, but in the meantime he collected 2 runs, so he's ever close now. 48? Yes, 48. Elijah not out on 48. What a magnificent partnership between these two. And La Ponciana will be very pleased, remembering early on when they lost their first wicket, just 4 runs was on the board. That's the game of cricket. Cricket, lovely cricket. Right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, it's the grand final between La Ponciana and St. Paul's, and both batsmen, and that's another good sign again too. They keep having a few words exchanging of conversation in the middle, and that communication aspect is also which has given growth to this very valuable partnership between these two. A treat to be looking at. And one being thrown away, overthrows, and that is very valuable runs. And here is Elijah raising his bat towards the pavilion, and what it is now, 52 actually, 52 not out. Elijah is on 52 not out, and his partner Louis is on 91 not out, and the present total then would be 178 for 4. La Ponciano batting first against St. Paul's here at the Connery Cricket Centre. New bowler, Anthony Keynes. He's going to bowl from the media center end. He's a left armer also too, and a spinner. So we have 3 left arm orthodox spinner in this St. Paul's lineup. And here is another one into the attack. 91 not out is Louis. Very impressive knock so far from the young man. Potentially, he has a bright future ahead of him. For what I'm seeing here in this innings of his, never presented an opportunity of a chance. No indiscretions. Played every delivery on its merit. And also, too, the running between both batsmen have been excellent. Here is Louis just playing one quietly back down the track for the bowler to field to his own bowling. Wow. This partnership will be long remembered in local cricket right here in St. Kitts, and more specifically at the Connery Cricket Centre. Well, that is the first indiscretion that I have seen from Jerickson Louis. It was a delivery from the left-arm orthodox spinner going across him as the right-hander, and he was looking to hit it somewhere in the mid-wicket region. So he would have been hitting against the spin, and right away Elijah did the appropriate thing by going down and just exchanging probably some words of caution. But that is the first indiscretion. Did not get a touch, but now has worked so hard, and it is most of the job has been done, and he will just have to try and be a little more patient on this occasion. And because after this over, there will be 10 overs remaining, so he have all the overs of the 40 to complete, and to just get the 9 runs or so which is required of him. That is Louis. Faces, plays it back down the track, and much more orthodox stroke on that final delivery from Louis, and that has completed over number 30. So now for the La Ponciana, they are now 178 for 4. 181 for 4. This is over number 32 in progression. And both Elijah and Jerkson Louis still going along very nicely. Very valuable partnership for La Ponciano. And obviously they're going to get to the 200 and over. That is La Ponciano. And wicketkeeper standing up. There is a short third man, a point, a cover, and a cover deep on the extra cover boundary, a long off, a short fine leg, a mid wicket in a short area 2, and a man on the deep mid wicket boundary. More runs for Elijah, more runs for La Ponciano. Advances their total now on to 182 for the same 4 wickets. All going to Kasim Challenger, who had a wonderful spell, the young man, in his 8 overs. Some 35 runs was struck off his hip bowling, but he has taken the 4 wickets that have gone down, and a good feeling there by leader at extra cover. Got some words of encouragement from his bowler. Nicely stopped. It was nicely timed also too by Louis. Some would say the nervous 90s, but Louis might be thinking it's the confident 90s. Gets a full toss. Would it be considered as a no ball? It was one for height, but it is being dropped on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Louis is asking the umpire about height. And from our vantage point and looking at it at the monitor, I think that correct, because it looked like that was definitely he was in an upright position, and from my vantage point, well, it was above wayside, so I thought the umpire missed out on that occasion. But here is a one, though the batsman Elijah not missing out on a short pitch delivery and striking it into the backward square leg boundary for another 4. And Elijah would advance his personal tally now into the 60s. We will get that shortly. 4 more runs though. 62. Pardon? Oh, 5-8, pardon me. 5-8. I'm giving him 4 more runs extra. But, I should not be doing that. 58 not out, but very well played too, Elijah. And total moves on now to what? 187. 187 and runs on the board is runs on the board. And I know that, well, there's going to be a change of wicketkeeper, but I know 187 for 4. La Ponciano batting. That within itself is a good total so far in this 40 over finals. And it's going to really take some superb batting all around from St. Paul's when they get their opportunity to go what after the final total that will be posted. Then we can start to evaluate what can be the outcome of this final. But cricket as it is, we'll still have to wait and still see. That is a long way off. And it looks like Clark is coming back into the attack from that far end. We'll just have to wait and see. But anyway, it is a very valuable partnership. 187 for 4. Richards? Oh, the wicketkeeper now is going to have a ball. He's Richards. And that is a very famous name in cricket. We all know Sir Vivian Alexander Isaac Richards, the only West Indian captain who never lost a test series, and such an excellent personality, such a very humble person also is Sir Vivian Alexander Isaac Richards. So Wherever you are in the world, we say a pleasant good day to you, because you might be in the next country which day is day, so we can't say it's good afternoon. But anyway, to all who is streaming, we do hope that you are enjoying the viewing. And here is more runs to Louis, playing it down to short fine leg. He gets himself another run. He's getting closer to his 100, inching closer and closer. He's now 95, Louis, and very well played. Did not present any chances at all in his 95 not out. And this young man has a bright future ahead of him. Never presented any chance. His shot selection's been very good. He's 95 not out, but he's the onlooker. He's at the non-striker's end, and his partner, the left-hander Elijah, who is 58 not out also too. And what a valiant partnership these two have put on. And would this be considered a wide? We are not certain. And a no ball. So one more to the total, 188 it is. 189. Scorers keeping me on my toes. Appreciate that. 189 for 4. Four more runs to Elijah, getting it down to fine leg, trying the reverse, but in any event, got 4 more runs. He advances his score on to 62. 62, and the total advances now to what? 193? Wow, they're getting closer to the 200 mark. Both Jerickson and Louis and Elijah and La Ponciana, the coach, and all the other teammates looking on. They would be very pleased with these two, how they have composed themselves. They have organized. The running between the wickets has been good. And my scorers might just correct me. I might not have seen it, but I don't think that Elijah too presented a chance in his innings. Anyway, we will get that rectified later on, possibly. But in any event, though, they have really batted well, these two. And the only time that they looked like a wicket could have gone down is by the run-out route. But outside of that, neither batsman gave an opportunity of a chance or chances to the fielding teams and balls. And that is the most significant part of this partnership. Here is another quick single, calling early. The running between the wickets has Elijah gets on now to 63 and getting closer to that with the way these two bats apply themselves. Good selection, good running between the wickets, no indiscretions. Down the leg side, not signal a wide, but anyway, Jerickson, the umpire, as he thought it might have not just touched his pad, and anyway, sometimes just leave it to the umpires, Jerickson, just concentrate. Concentrate on your 100. Let that go by. That's what you got to do, young man. Getting another run, getting closer to the 100 mark. He's what, 96? 96 not out. And sometimes I think, though, that, umpires being human, and even if it was so that it didn't touch the pad, don't prolong the conversation there with the umpire, and just move on with the game in the spirit of the game and so forth. And that's sometimes one of the things that players can avoid doing, because I mean, you're being honest, yes, that it didn't touch, but then the umpire from just 22 yards away, I mean, with the naked eye, and there's no technology at this level of the game, so just carry on with the game, son, and focus on what is more appropriate. You're getting closer to your 100. Don't let that deter your concentration. You've been batting well, and even try to bat through the remaining overs, and hold your head high coming out with not out, which is even more relevant to this valuable partnership. If these two batsmen in Elijah and Jerickson Louis can go in not out both at whatever scores they end up with, but the total at this present moment is a very healthy one for La Ponciana, and St. Paul's would really have their hands filled when they get their opportunity to try and overhaul whatsoever the final total that La Ponciana would post. Well, Jerickson Louis, he moves on now to 97. Hmm. Getting closer to that 100. So at this particular moment too, for Jerickson Louis, who is the non-striker, there is no need, absolutely no, for any indiscretions. Yes, he is the non-striker, but Elijah, the left-hander, is on strike. Plays it quietly down to the bowler, but I wondered why, after playing it straight back down the pitch, Elijah was demonstrating a sweep. So, I mean, much quicker delivery of the final delivery. No, sorry, not the final delivery. After I saw umpire Pemberton going up to the wicket, but just to do a little repairs that the at the bowler's end in the foot marks. So we greet you with the news here from the Connery Cricket Centre. Jerickson Louis getting to his 100, where he struck some 7 fours and 6 sixes. Elijah Lewis, who is not out, also too, he only had 6 fours and no sixes in his Elijah now not out on 68, but he had 6 fours and no sixes. And here is Jerickson Louis getting another run, and he is now finally on to, that's Louis, 108 not out, and 68 not out by Elijah Lewis. A partnership worth, we'll get that now, partnership 174 runs. And in this most valuable partnership for the batting team here first, and another boundary, and who struck that boundary? Lewis. So Lewis would add so far 7 boundaries. So he is now 72. 72 with 7 boundaries. While Jerickson Louis, who is not out, 108, 7 fours and 6 sixes. So 100 and what it is now, 78 partnership. A 178 run partnership. Check out if this is grand final. That's going to be interesting, but very, very well played between Elijah Lewis and Jerickson Louis, who is not out there on 108, one of the 3 brothers of the Louis brothers. But on this occasion, it's Jerickson Louis, and a wild throw, and Jerickson Louis is looking for every available run, and that has always been good too, but there was no possibility of that run off of what, the 36th over completed? 36 overs being bowled. So we have 4 more legal overs to be bowled to complete the 48 overs allowed to each bowler, and a partnership of 178 runs between Jerickson Louis and Elijah Lewis, and none of the batsmen presented any opportunity of a chance to any fielder, and this will go down of one of the most significant partnership in local cricket played right here in St. Kitts, whereby they're running between the wickets, and I think both batsmen shot selection was spot on. The running between the wickets and calling was very good. So collectively, they did all the necessary things about batsmanship and understanding what is necessary and appropriate. Well, what can the 4 remaining overs bring for the batting team? Really? 217? 217, our viewers, is the final total at this moment for 4 wickets. La Ponciana. I getting it right? Okay. It took me some time. 217 for 4. La Ponciana. And here is Lewis getting more runs. Out to short cover. And another run. So he moves on. 23. I might tell you. 74. 74. Thank you very kindly. But Louis, the striker now, that's Jerickson Louis. He is on 108 not out. No chances in his 108. One or two indiscretions came into which sneaked in a bit, but he got away with it into an extent. But it wasn't consistent. I think it was just on two occasions he was sitting across the line, and at that, in those two instances, it did not present a chance. But no doubt, upon reflection, he will look upon that segment of his batting. But so far, it has been very, very good in terms of his shot selection and stroke distribution on both sides of the wicket. And another Louis brother, this is Jerickson at the moment, who is potentially showing that he has a bright future ahead of him. So parents would be very pleased with the way that these sons have been developing and playing their cricket. More runs for Jerickson Louis. The run for 2. And good quick running, because 8 and the sprinting and looking, and that is the next segment of the fit 110 and 219 it is for the loss of 4 wickets. 220? Okay. Sorry. 220 for 4 wickets. Wow. This partnership will go down in the record books. And I think there's going to be another 4 to Louis. And he getting it into the backward square leg boundary. So this Jerickson Louis 8-4. He's now 100 and is Jerickson Louis. Very well played so far. Lewis not out on 74, 200 and oh. And really, here is one struck down to wide long off by Jerickson Louis, but in the meantime, he will get another run to his score. Sorry, not 115, 225 for the loss of 4 wickets. And this is going to really take a huge challenge for St. Paul's when they get their opportunity to go at the crease. But cricket as it is, we'll have to wait and see. Still a long way off. But we all know that anything over 200 in a 40 over match, and more so a final, the pressure is going to be on the fielding team, which is St. Paul's. La Ponciana really looking well. Yeah, 226 present total for 437 overs have been bowled. So the La Ponciana, they can feel very good with the total at this present moment. And we know that St. Paul's will have a very challenging task when they get the opportunity to bat. Well, being confirmed by umpire Julian Pemberton that Elijah Lewis makes his way back to the pavilion after a very well played 75 runs by Elijah Lewis was clean bowl. Very well played, and in a partnership which he shared with Jerickson Louis, that's Elijah Lewis, that partnership conceded, and we'll get that for you correctly. And The new batsman placing Elijah Lewis is Kevin Hanley, but he will be on strike. 188 runs was the partnership between Jerickson Louis and Elijah Lewis. 188. And some of my analysts would give me appropriate information if this would go down of the highest partnership in this further encounter since its inception. And there are so many versatile persons that I'll have to get that information accurate. Otherwise, I might not get back to be in this position. My producer is giving a big smile on his face. What is the silence is consent? And I don't think he's subscribing to that. But anyway, here is a loud appeal, and we have fire. The ball is thrown to the non-striker end, and Pemberton is making his way out of the way. Well, there is now coming the signal that is a leg by signal, but one more to the total in any event. 227, is it? I think so. 227 for 4. Sorry, for 5. I am so accustomed. I get so accustomed to saying 4. But here is Jerickson Louis hitting one down. And, well, on that occasion, Jerickson, you have to wait until it crossed the boundary. No, just run, and then when it crossed the boundary, then you can hold your ground. Anyway, he advances by hitting that one down to wide long off. That's Jerickson Louis. 116, he is not out, but Kevin Hanley is the one on strike. So I have to get accustomed now to saying 5 wickets down. Being saying 4, but 5 wickets going down. So I don't want any discredit to go to St. Paul's. 5 wickets is down. But what an excellent demonstration of a partnership that we have witnessed here at the Conway Cricket Center between Jerickson Louis and Elijah Lewis, and yielding a very most partnership of 188. Made, records can be broken, but that is going to be a very challengeable one in the future, in my anticipation. Even though it is necessary, it will be a challenge. I would not say it cannot be accomplished, but it will be a challenge. And what is good too, as the batsmen, they got 2 more runs. That Jerickson Louis, he's now doing some stretching, so let us hope that he is not experiencing any cramps at that moment, because he's been out there for a very long period of time and has faced, because he went in early too. Remembering that the first wicket went down when there was just 4 runs on the board, and the young man has been demonstrating good agility, good fitness level. Well, he's not sprinting as much as possible. It looked like it might just cross the boundary beneath us. We will wait for the signal from the umpire. Telma Gums, there comes the signal. So 4 wides, and Jerickson Louis is now obviously feeling, and he's actually holding a part of his back, so it seems like he is five being signal. Five back. Oh, she's reversing it now. She's crossing her arms. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, wow. Jerickson Louis, he seemed like he is feeling some pain across the waist area. Well, bending and driving and running between the wickets and so on. He's a young man, but oh well, probably this is not the first experience that we are seeing with Jackson Louis. Well, being for that extensive period of time out there too, um, it's not easy, but it's coming close to the um, first segment of this final in terms of the 40 overs. Here is one struck in the air by Kevin Hanley. A feeler is going to come onto it. Probably he got hands to it. He was diving forward, was not able to hold on. But in the meantime, Hanley got another run. So Jerickson Louis is experiencing some pain, it would appear. Well, Kevin Hanley is just asking him if he's all right. He walk away slightly to square leg. So probably when the over's completed, he might just rest himself and let the emergency fielder come out, because it appears like he's in some pain. But we can tell you that the present total at this moment is 226, 36, 4, 5. Hitting it in the air, over the boundary. 6 more runs though. Regardless of his condition, that's Jerickson Louis, 7th, 6th. Wow. And this young man going from strength to strength. You see now 122 not out? Jerickson Louis, is it? 122 not out. What a very well played innings by the young man. Now going down on one knee and bending. So there is some fatigue, obviously, that extensive amount of time, that amount of running between the wickets. And removing his gloves now. And what it is, 2 more legal deliveries remaining. In 1 more over, okay, remaining. And he has now gone and seeking, no doubt, some assistance from a physio. Well, he is crossing his legs, doing his own chemistry in terms of reviving himself, stretching out now. Ooh. And it's not easy. It's not easy for the young man, really, but very well played. His boundaries in that is Jerickson Louis. He struck 8 fours and 7 sixes, and he is not out 122. He did not present any opportunity of a chance, never brought any fielder into catching, or balls were struck to any fielder and he was put down. So that is also a very significant part of this 122 not out by Jerickson Louis, who's potentially showing he has a very bright future ahead of him. Here is Kevin Hanley, though, getting a run, 1 bounce down to the fielder on the long on boundary, and advances the total for 237 for 5. 243, pardon me. 243 for the loss of 5 wickets. Can they get to the 250? It's possible. 200, and who is on strike? The man who has 122 not out, none other than Jerickson Louis. 8 fours, 7 sixes, high percentage of boundaries. There is something at the beneath us at the media saying he is now settled. That's Louis. Probably a spectator was just moving behind the bowler's arm. Another run to the total. Is it an extra? It's a bye. 244 for the loss of 5 wickets. Can they get the 250? Kevin Handley is on strike. Kevin Handley goes, caught. Fielder coming off the long on boundary. It was one. He was trying to clear the boundary. And Kevin Handley will have to make his way back to the pavilion. So the 6th wicket going down for La Ponciana. Pardon? Oh, the pretty tree there? Okay, all right. We used to, well, colloquially, you know, but the original name, La Ponciana, I'm with the original name, but sometimes some people give these trees their own names. I know, for instance, that some persons colloquially will call that different names, you know, but La Ponciana, sorry. La Ponciana. And this is the final over. 3 legal deliveries to be bowled. Okay. Really appreciate the scorers keeping appropriate information. See that some of the time we monitor, but that is why the pronunciation of the 2 legal deliveries remaining, 247 for the lot, 245. I'm giving them more than they deserve. They already deserve so much that over 200. Why should I be saying that on behalf? Is this the 250? The umpire is waiting the fielder to signal, because from his distance, the fieldsman have to demonstrate his sportsmanship, because the umpire from that distance. Now comes the signal. So 6 runs, and the Jerickson Louis moves on now to 128. Jerickson Louis, 8 sixes and 8 fours. 128 not out is the young man. This could be one legal delivery to be bowled of this 40 overs in this grand final here. And he's bowling. Bowling off the final delivery. So Jerickson Louis goes clean bowl 128. So it's 251 the final total. 251 is the final total. And that's the first segment here at the Connery Cricket Center, and Jerickson Louis, along with Elijah Lewis, they shared a partnership of 188. But Jerickson Louis, of the final delivery of the 40 overs in this grand final here at the Connery Cricket Center, was clean bowl for 128 runs. Very well played. 128 runs, where he struck 8 fours and 8 sixes. So when the second segment returns, we will update our listeners with some bowling figures. But for now, we will take a break. And when we are ready for the second segment of this grand final here at the Connery Cricket Center. This is yours truly, Victor Eddy, and thank you for your viewership. And we will see you on the other half of this final here at the Connery Cricket Center. Bye for now. We are just about ready to recommence, and the second segment of this grand final, La Ponciano, they were dismissed for 251 of 7 overs, for 7 wickets, sorry, and Kevin Hanley is going to open up the bowling from the far end, and he will be bowling to Xavier Henry. Well, 251 for 7. That was posted by La Ponciano. 251 for the loss of 7 wickets. So St. Paul's, in response, they have a big challenge ahead of them. What can be the final conclusion? But 251 on the board, that's a lot of runs. And the first run goes to Henry, playing it down to point. So St. Paul's, they are off the mark. They are 1 without loss. And Richards is going to be on strike, taking his guard. So far, the wicketkeeper is standing back. There's a solitary first slip. There is a man at gully. There's a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid on a mid-wicket, and a fielder on the long leg boundary. 1 is the total on the board for St. Paul's. They are chasing a massive total of 251. 1 run on the board. Oh my, and is it Henry making his way back to the pavilion without scoring? And Richards, pardon me. I read Richards without scoring. The first wicket going down. So it is 1 run and 1 wicket. So St. Paul's really losing a very early wicket and having a huge total, which was posted by La Ponciano, of 251, but only losing 7 wickets. The top score was Jerickson Louis. He got 128. He got 74. Well, getting an early wicket. Can this be an indication too that St. Paul's psychologically, and number 12 batsman sporting there on the back of his jersey going to the wicket, and he is Warner. What Warner is he? Kareem. Okay, thanks. Well, Kareem Warner and Xavier Henry, they have a huge challenge ahead of them. 251 was scored by La Ponciano. Here is Kevin Hanley. More runs. This is going close to the point boundary. No, it is slowing up. Meantime, the batsmen running quickly though, but they got 2 runs in the end. So it is now 3 runs as the total, but 1 wicket going down for St. Paul's. Well, that was the conclusion. And good for St. Paul's, but one wicket going down. Glenson Patrick is going to be bowling from this media center, and so far the keeper is standing up. His right arm over the wicket, and solitary. And player just went beyond the boundary to collect the helmet for the wicket keeper. So that has been retrieved, and Glenston Patrick is going to be the bowler from the media center end. So far, we can see that the wicket keeper will be standing up. There's a solitary slip, a man at point, a cover, extra cover, a mid off, a fine leg, a mid wicket deep on the boundary, a wide short mid on. So here is Glenston Patrick. A delivery that was wide outside the off stump. And Xavier Henry, he's off the mark. 4 runs. 7 runs is the total for St. Paul's, but losing 1 wicket. St. Paul's, after 2 overs, they are now 13 for the loss of 1 wicket. St. Paul's 13 for 1 after 2 overs. The first over was bowled by Glenston Patrick from the media center end. To continue from the far end, it's going to be Kevin Hanley who bowled the first over. St. Paul's presently for the loss of 1 wicket, and they would need to put together a partnership here if they're going to challenge the 251, which is really huge. Now to 24. 1 wicket going down. The two batsmen out there would know how very important it is to also put a good partnership. If it could be something similar to the one that Jerickson Louis and Elijah Lewis did, which was really exceptionally good. 188 it was between both batters there in that first innings. Well, they will have to go about it in a good fashion. Even if they should get close to the total, it's going to take good batting from every player on the St. Paul's team. "28 runs on the board for St. Paul's, 1 wicket going down. Four more runs to St. Paul's, advancing their total now on to 32 for the loss of 1 wicket, chasing 251, which was made by La Ponciana, just losing 7 wickets. Jerickson Louis top scored with 128, well supported by Elijah Lewis, who got 74, and the most valuable partnership which gave them 188 runs. Another boundary coming for St. Paul's into the deep point area. So 36. It is St. Paul's in response, losing the one wicket very early, actually. And it was Rhett Richards. He went without scoring. More runs for St. Paul's. Would it get over the boundary line at cover? It's getting close, but it's slowing up. There is a fielder in pursuit. It seems like it might have just stopped inside the boundary at deep extra cover. But in the meantime, the batsmen, they got three. They got 3 runs. And all the runs is going to be very important in any form or fashion. They are now 39 for 1. After 5 overs, St. Paul's, they are 40 for the loss of 1 wicket. And like I said earlier, they are chasing a huge total of 251 for 7. That was the score that La Ponciana, who batted first, scored 251 for 7. But St. Paul's, in response, after 5 overs, they are 40 for the loss of 1 wicket. After 6 overs, St. Paul's, they are 47 after 6 overs being completed, but has lost just the one wicket. 47 for one after 6 overs. And that is a magnificent delivery. It was a delivery pitch short outside the off stump. The batsman was cutting, but a brilliant catch by first slip. And the second wicket going down for St. Paul's with the total on 47, diving full extension to his right and taking a magnificent catch. So the second wicket going down for St. Paul's, and really Kevin Hanley getting that wicket from a delivery. It was wide and the batsman was cutting hard and it was low and to the right of the fielder at first slip, who brought in a brilliant catch. I think it was a South African on that occasion. Pardon? Rono or Ro low, and he had to go low also too to take the catch dive into his right. But a very good catch it was. So 47 now for the loss of 2 wickets. Good feeling by the square leg. Well, the long leg running around in a square leg position. He actually dived and inside the boundary, he flicked it back inside and then he went over. So it was a good save. And I think the batsman eventually, they only got 2 runs, is it? Yes, so good save, good delivery. So that will put the total onto what, 49? Yes, and the St. Paul's, they have a huge task on hand, but they have lost 2 wickets in the process so far. St. Paul's, after 7 overs, they are 50, but in that process, they have lost the 2 wickets going down. Ball and caught there by, that's Glenston Patrick. Yes, ball and caught. So wicket number 3 going down for St. Paul's. Are we going to have an early finish in this second segment? It's at the moment looking that way. And it's what, 50 runs on the board now, 3 wickets down. Wow. Well, Anthony Keynes is making his way to the wicket. 3 wickets going down for St. Paul's. Total 50 for the loss of 3. So La Ponciano, they are really not making any suggestion that they want to be long out there in the field. So this second segment, thus far, look like it can be an early conclusion, but we can never tell. There might just be a valuable partnership which will be so appropriate for St. Paul's. After 8 overs, St. Paul's, they are 50 runs on the board but losing wickets after 8 overs. 55 with that boundary down to the long on. So St. Paul's would need many more of those if they're going to get any 151 for 7, which was posted. What's the score right now? It is now 55. 55. It is 3 wickets gone down for St. Paul's. Another wide delivery that would advance their total on to 56 with that wide. Kevin Hanley a bit guilty of pitching too wide of the off stump. Well, another wicket going down for St. Paul's, and actually the fourth one with the total at what, 56? I have it 56. Yeah, 56. 56 it is for 4. So we look like the second half of this final. We may not be here for a very long time, but we can never tell. But just 6 wickets in hand and just 56 runs on the board. And really, St. Paul's not making a good response at this present moment. But as the captain, Greg Stanley, goes to the middle, he would know that it is great responsibility on his shoulders. "58 runs, 4 wickets going down. St. Paul's, their backs totally against the wall here at the Connery Cricket Centre. 251 was posted by La Posiana when they batted first. Yeah, 4 wickets down, yes. St. Paul's, they are now 67 for the loss of 4 wickets. They're going to be a change of bowling from this, the media center end. Elroy Powell is marking out his run up, and he is sporting the number 11 on the back of his jersey. So it appears that Elroy Powell is going to replace Glenston Patrick from this, the media center end. 60. Oh, sorry. I was I got a little carried away seeing Elroy Powell marking out his run here, but anyway, it still looks like Kevin Hanley is going to continue from that far end. 67 though runs on the board for St. Paul's, but they have lost 4 wickets in that process. We are just into the 11th over, but 4 wickets. Where would it come from? Nice slow delivery by Handley. Wicketkeeper throwing and removing the bails, but the batsman was in his ground. So these two would have to really redeem St. Paul's. St. Paul's finding themselves with their back definitely against the wall. Roy Powell is operating from the media center end. 5 wickets going down. So 251 in 40 overs was always going to be a great challenge for St. Paul's here in this grand final against La Ponciano. 251 and a very good 100 by Jerickson Louis. He scored 128. He struck 8 4s and 8 6s, and very well supported too by Elijah Lewis, who struck 7 4s. He had no 6s, but he scored 74. And a partnership of 188 between those two batsmen, and none of those two batsmen gave chances in their knocks. So that was also a very significant factor of the partnership. The running between the wickets was good. The shot selections were spot on, and those guys really demonstrated good batsmanship. But more runs for the St. Paul's, and in any form or fashion, but just getting another run, but they have lost 5 wickets in the process. And umpire Gums is signaling something. We will try to see. Okay, it's a no ball, and it's going to be a free hit. And with a free hit, only one way either batsman can get out, and is by the run-out route. St. Paul's 77, but losing 5 wickets in the process. So La Ponciana, they really dominant factor. They scored 251, losing 7 wickets. The top scorer was Jerickson Louis, 128, and Elijah Lewis, he got 74. Elijah Lewis struck some 7 4s, but Jerickson Louis, 8 4s, 8 6s, 128, and he was bowled off the final delivery of the 40 overs that Jerickson Louis, but very impressive innings of 128. And what was most significant about it, he did not present a chance to any fielder. Greg Stanley goes, the captain for St. Paul's, having had a mighty heave, but only picked out the man at cover. The ball was high in the air for a while, but the fielder settled nicely under it. And the captain, Greg Stanley, makes his way back to the pavilion, not setting a good example in the circumstances because losing early wickets and then going for a stroke like that, I think that was uncalled for. But he makes his way back to the pavilion, and wickets just keep tumbling for St. Paul's. That is what, wicket number 6? Wow. And it's just 78 runs? Wow. So, what a tremendous performance by La Ponciana in terms of how they batted and really went along well. And Jerickson Louis and Elijah Lewis. Jerickson Louis, who got to 128, he struck 8 fours, 8 sixes. That is a high percentage of boundaries, just to tell you. And he never presented an opportunity or gave a chance to the fielding team, which was St. Paul's, in that 128. Elijah Lewis, he scored 74. He only struck 7 fours though, but 7 good-looking fours. So definitely St. Paul's, really, the challenge for 251 was always huge, and it becomes even more significant now after losing 6 wickets. Well, after 13 overs, St. Paul's still in a big asking for them, huge, and really, I think at this present moment, it really has gone totally out of their hands now. St. Paul's 251, and already losing half of their wickets, then already back in the pavilion. I think it was by just be a formality now by going through the process. Kevin Hanley, 4 wickets to his name, 42 runs. So he is definitely having a good spell from that far end. And if we get a fiver, 5 wickets, that will be very good. It is rare in any format of cricket where you see bowlers getting five. It has been done in all formats, don't get me wrong, but it is not an easy feat to achieve, and that will be very good, especially like how this is a final, and also really you can try so many other different deliveries or have variations when your team would have amassed 251, and Kevin Hanley, a good all around, a good fieldsman too, and he does well with the bat also. And he has been demonstrating a good slow delivery in this spell too, and taking pace off of the ball. And that is one of the few deliveries that the batsman has gotten bat onto it from those um, special slow deliveries when Kevin bowls them. 84 after 15 overs, and the wickets, 6 wickets going down. The players is going to have some refreshment break. So we will also have a break, and we will be back when the play resumes here at the Connery Cricket Center. Players are making their various positions, making their way back out onto the field of play. 84 it is St. Paul's, but in the process they have lost 6 wickets. Yes, and with that single, it is now 95 for the loss of 6 wickets. St. Paul's batting and trying to, well, not really trying at this present moment. 251 is definitely way out of their reach, but a good looking stroke into the covers. Fielder not feeling cleanly on that occasion, but could not prevent the batsman from getting another run. 96 for 6. So here we have in the action here at the St. Paul, sorry, at the Connery Center, and quite an interesting bowler, bowling left arm, back of the hands, and fairly accurate so far. 96. It is for 6. That's another over completed. And Laponciano, Laponciano, they are in a very strong position of winning this grand final here at the Connery Cricket Center. La Ponciana. They scored 251 and they lost 7 wickets. The top scorer was Jerickson Louis, 128. He struck 8 fours and 8 sixes. And Elijah Lewis, who scored 74, he had 7 fours. A partnership that was 188. Just a single for St. Paul's there, putting them on to 97 now. But they have lost 6 wickets. 4 wickets are in hand. And La Ponciana, they have really been demonstrating, first of all, by scoring 251 and losing 6 wickets now, and losing 7 wickets, pardon me. And here we are, they are defended it sternly. Yeah, 6 wickets down. No. 97 for the loss of 6 wickets. Well, most of the spectators here on this venue would have been expecting a better final, in the sense of St. Paul's responding to the 251, which they had to chase down, which was always going to be a huge challenge. And thus far, already losing half of the wickets, actually 6 wickets are down, 97, and losing 6 wickets. That is St. Paul's. So that will get the 98 run. 98 now it is, 6. Yeah, that is good now. We're getting a little more accuracy, and, well, not just accuracy, but the scoreboard, so we can be more precise. 98 runs, 6 wickets down. St. Paul's batting. And on and off, the weather here at the Connery Cricket Center has been overcast, but no immediate threat of rain. So from that aspect, weather-wise, it's been good going so far, but not good going for St. Paul's, in the sense whereby, and good shot though, this might get a boundary, is it? The fielder coming around. Did he stop it? No, he did not. So that will bring up the 100 for St. Paul's. At least that is a good achievement. Actually now 102 for the loss of 6 wickets. And how many overs now have been completed? 19 overs. 102 after 19 overs. So, well, at least St. Paul's for now, even though the last 6 wickets, they have managed to just pass the 100 with 4 wickets in hand. And who knows what this partnership can bring for them, which would at least bring some respectability in pursuit of the 251, even if they do not get there. But if they can have a valuable partnership from here on in, that will serve their purpose well. Straight down the ground, the umpire have to make his way out of it. Side two, they run one. Well, there's a fielder on the long off boundary, and in the meantime, the batsmen were able to complete the second. Well, the umpire had to get out of the way. And one of the concerns that I have had, that umpires have to be so very careful that the ball being struck hard and they're not wearing helmets. So probably that could be in future a consideration, because batsmen, and that one was struck powerfully as you've seen it. And one played out to mid wicket, they run one, they're going to run for two. So that is good running between the wickets. Advancing their total now on to 106. It is for 6. One of the things that I have always observed, though, say for instance, if a medium pace bowler is bowling and the umpire is the same height as the bowler, the ball struck from the striker facing, hit it directly back to the bowler's head, but at the last moment he moves out the way. How much time would the presiding umpire have to get out of the way? And you know, all these things is just speculation, but looking at it in that aspect, I believe that I saw it in 1 or 2 international matches where umpires had on headgear and some even had on arm guard, but that has not been a consistent pattern. Well, I'm subjected to correction, but it is not a consistent pattern from my observation. But just as the amount of the players have to have protection, I think it should also go for the officiators, the umpires. But for any of us as humans, your reflexes can be sharp, but sometimes in certain situations you might not just be able to get out the way. But I hope that no incident like that would really occur. I was just exploring the possibilities, but anyway, 107 it is for 6. St. Paul's, 4 wickets in hand. These two trying to establish a partnership for St. Paul's, and that would be at least good if they can bat out the remaining overs. Not saying that they cannot get the total there, but the challenge at this moment becomes even more challengeable to get to 100, to get to 252 for victory. And though more runs though played out into the wide long off area, and the batsmen completely settled, and that was the final delivery of that over too also. So that's the 20th over completed, 108. Still a long way to go, St. Paul's. How far can they get? It is still left to be seen. Well, these two are going along well in terms of a little partnership, because the last wicket before they joined each other went down when the total was 78. It is now 108 for the same 6. So these two are making some attempts. They're getting the 109th run now down to long off. So I like at least the effort and that they're putting. If they just take the equation of what is required in terms of the total and just go along with good shot selection, if they get the bad deliveries, put them for the 4s or 6s, then that will also be good. And here is more runs. Is it? No. one bounce traveling quickly to the fielder at short third man. And but they have done well so far. St. Paul's could only be hoping that they can go deep into these overs, and once they stay together, they can get possibly over the 150 mark, which will be their first target if they can get there. But on the other hand, if two quick wickets should go, then it presents a different picture. Okay, another run. All will be count in any form or fashion. One more to the total. Going along well. 109 for 6. The last wicket went down when the total was 78. It is now 109 for 6. And our efficient scorer is very abrasive. She said Nelson, and famous for that was David Shepherd. And you know, she's right on the ball. Have me on my toes. David Shepherd, always the late David Shepherd, that is. But here is one shepherded into the wide long boundary, and 4 good-looking runs. So these two keep piling on a good partnership so far. 115 it is for the same 6. So they're having a mid-pitch conference, and I hope they are saying the appropriate things like no indiscretions, play each delivery on its merit, run the ones and the twos when necessary. If the bad deliveries present themselves, either execute it for 4s or 6s. But all that is just speculation on my behalf. A 115 it is for the loss of 6 wickets. A very valuable partnership so far, which can be some 37 runs, the partnership between these two. Driven down, this is the 38-run partnership, and another one to the total, which advances on to 116. 116 for 6. So the 6s come into the equation, and good partnership developing. 38 runs so far, and they're looking good, playing each delivery on its merit, and a nice single day and all. Running the first one quickly. Feel like a short extra cover could not prevent the batsman from getting that run. So 117. So they are doing at least a level of revival, so to speak, in terms for the wickets that have gone down, these two. One played into the ground, feel like short extra cover, straight to him, no run. Well, he attempted to go through cover, but he's going down to third man. Has it crossed the boundary line? Yes. Now comes the signal from umpire Pemberton, and 4 more good-looking runs for St. Paul's. They will take them in any form or fashion. 121 now it is for the same 6. So they're getting closer to the 50 mark partnership. And if they succeed or just Even so, if they can bat deep into the overs, especially these two, at least they can get a respectable total in their pursuit. Well, 121 for 6. 120. Okay, 126 for 6, pardon me. So, we are right on. One 127 now. It is for 6. So, these two are doing well. So, St. Paul's team, they have achieved 50-run partnership, but the total advances on to 128 for 6. So, at least this segment of this final, I would say that this is the best part for St. Paul's. Apart from Challenger's spell, I thought he was very outstanding. He got 4 wickets for some 35 runs, and the left arm seamer, he demonstrated very good potential for the future. He held a good line and length. He did not concede a huge amount of wides, and his wide column was minimal. Probably he did not even bowl a no ball, but he took 4 wickets, and he took it with good line and length, and he used the variation of his deliveries quite nicely. But 128 it is for 6 St. Paul's. So these two putting up a 50-run partnership so far. They get their 51-run partnership now, advances the total now on to 100 and 29, right? Yeah, 129 for 6. So, good going by these two. How far they can go, and St. Paul's would really like to see them go deep into these overs. And so far, they are doing it quite efficiently, quite sensibly too also too. No indiscretions we have seen coming from either one of the batsmen. And that's right, straight down the ground, another run. So shot selection is spot on. 130, and our efficient scorer and so forth been doing scoring for a long time, and she knows the game well, and she said something very sensible, and I mean, it's no surprise to Vic Daddy. She knows the game, and really don't just underestimate the power of a woman. Don't underestimate the ability of a woman. Yeah, we have to have a little humor. We've been here long, so we have to enjoy, and we do enjoy our job. But here is another run, and not just another run. It's 2 runs in the process, and I think they're doing good. They have to look for every opportunity to take every available run, because 251 from the start was never going to be easy. But these two have shown good discipline, and 132 it is for 6. The last wicket going down when it was 78, so they can feel good, but they must not be satisfied even though that they have accumulated a 50-run partnership. They need to go deep, and they are doing so well. Now a single down to the man on the long off boundary, just beneath us here at the media center. But in the meantime, the batsmen, they were able to complete a single. So after somewhat 23 overs, 24 overs, thank you, 134. Okay, good. No, it is 134. Oh, 133, yes, pardon me. 133 for 6. So 2 batsmen going along quite nicely. St. Paul's would really like to see them go deep into the overs, and wherever they reach, and who knows, it's a game of cricket. Some will still determine it as the game of glorious uncertainties, and sometimes we see so much differences in cricket matches. This total definitely is a huge one, but with 4 wickets in hand and the way these two are going, it all could depend on how deep they can get close to those 40 overs with these 2 batsmen still at the crease. Yeah, sensible cricket. You see, that is whereby when you run the first one quickly, because the fielder is in the deep, just that slight fumble there. Now they would have been able to capitalize on the second if they were just consistent. But anyway, in the end, they got one more to the total, which would help them advancing. Nice. That's a nice single. Just played with soft hands. Out to cover. Another run. So I think these two, they have calculated the situation nicely. No indiscretions came into their batting, and so far they're really doing a good job for St. Paul's in terms of revival to an extent, and a good extent too, whereby it is 135 for 6. Wow. So I like this approach by these 2 batsmen. They know that what is ahead of them, so they decided that they will take the ones and the twos, and when the loose deliveries present themselves, that they will go for boundaries, and they have done good so far. St. Paul's will hope that they can continue in that vein. One more run as a smaller one of the aircrafts leaving the Robert Llewellyn International Airport, just to our western side of the Connery Cricket Center. 136 though for 6. After 25 overs, St. Paul's chasing 251. They are now 137 for the loss of 6 wickets. So the two batsmen having a mid-pitch conversation, just exchanging words, no doubt, assessing the situation at hand and how they should continue this partnership. And so far, they are going very good. So they are bringing about some respectability towards the pursuit of 251 and 4 wickets still in hand. But this is the 26th over, just about ready to commence. Well, so there goes the wicket, unfortunately, and the partnership has been broken. And going by the run-out route, very unfortunately, but there again, too, the players out there in the middle should have had a better assessment as not to go back for that attempted run. And for the partnership, how they were going, 140, yeah. So the run out was caused by Kevin Hanley. And really, for the partnership that was going so nicely between those two batsmen, that is the only way that it was shaping to look like one of them was going to get out. So, unfortunately, 140 it is now for the loss of 7 wickets. St. Paul's, they are chasing 251. Lapan Saniano, they scored 251 and they lost 7 wickets. That is going to go into the deep extra cover boundary for 4. So a welcome boundary. And they are getting closer to the 150. They are now 144 for 7 St. Paul's. Kwame moving on a 45 with that boundary. And 148 it is for 7. So, relatively speaking, so far, I think St. Paul's have done relatively well. They lost early wickets, but then they had a very good partnership, which has evaluated now that the overall total is 148 for the loss of 7 wickets, 3 wickets in hand. How far can they get? But they have gotten far so far, or even though they lost early wickets, and that just signals that the position that they found themselves into after losing those early wickets. But we can never tell. Here is one driven out into the deep. More runs for St. Paul's. They run 1, thinking about 2. But in the end, they settled for just the run. 1 run now shy of 150. It is now 149 for a loss of 7 wickets. And Leroy Leader, who bowls left arm orthodox spin, but he bats right, I believe. Yes, he bats right. He settles. So Kwame asking for some refreshment. He's been out there and going well. So that also can be well deserved, but we can tell you that the latest score right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, St. Paul's chasing 251. They are presently 149 for the loss of 7 wickets. A 103 runs more to be had if St. Paul's is going to get to 251, and legal balls remaining would be 84. 84. Game on? Well, it's on route in the middle, but which direction it will go? But at this present moment, though, in fairness to the fielding team, and just 3 wickets in hand for St. Paul's, obviously, it's going to be even a greater challenge now to get St. Paul's to get to 252 if they is to win this match. Not saying that is impossible, but it is definitely an uphill and huge challenge. But in the game of cricket, we can never tell. There can be another valuable partnership here, which St. Paul's would be very pleased. But on the other hand, with Elsroy Powell, an experienced cricketer coming in from the far end, and right away, right on center stump, played out to short, mid off, no run, 149 for 7. Kwame reaching a very well played 50 in the circumstances by getting his last boundary into the square leg area to bring it up. 153 it is for 7. He is exactly on 50. Yes, exact 50. Well played. And no need to run out yourself now, Kwame. Playing it out to short cover. And really, how many boundaries did he struck so far in that 50? Six fours? Oh, no sixes as yet? Well, this is a good innings, though, in the circumstances. And this is a lot of times how you can value an innings in the circumstances, not always the amount of runs, but he has shown good temperament. Not on this occasion, has he? Oh no. Well, he's ended safe. I thought for moments that it was going to carry to the South African out there on the deep long on boundary, but it only reached him on the one bounce, which was good because and Leroy Leader quite rightly calling for his helmet. Can he get it over those locks? Um, the bulk of the dreadlocks was the far right. It is too high. But anyway, Leroy Leader will settle. Would Ezra Powell try a short pitch delivery? No, he actually tried to bowl wicket to wicket, but it was just slightly outside the off stump. 154 it is for 7 though. St. Paul's. 154, right? Score. Well, Elroy Powell striking. Leroy Leader goes caught, wicket keeper. So the 8th wicket now going down for St. Paul's. So just 2 wickets in hand for St. Paul's. 154 for 8. And really, Laponzaniana really in command. 251 they scored off of their 40 overs for 7 wickets. Jerickson Louis top scored with 128. He never presented an opportunity of a chance to any fielder, while Elijah Lewis, the left-hander, he scored 74 and he struck 7 fours, a partnership of 188, and that was a delight to see here at the Connery Cricket Centre in this grand final between St. Paul's and Laponzania. Well. What a grand final. But very outstanding performance. 251 was always going to be a huge asking. Well, just 2 wickets in hand for St. Paul's. They are now, what, 154 for 8. After 27 overs, which has been bowled, St. Paul's find themselves 154 for the loss of 8 wickets. Laponzaniana has found them. It's pan. It's a oh. I don't know where I get that A from. Okay. That's all right. Make up to break up. Anyway, that's all in the spirit. throughout this day, though, we had, in terms of the weather, no rain at all, but overcast. Sometimes we got some sunshine. But praise the Lord that we are thankful for your mercies and grace and providing us with good weather so far, no injuries, and we will hope that it would conclude in that spirit of sport of cricket, that it is about the better team winning by the better performances. And so far, St. Paul's definitely not in that category at this moment. But Kwame, really, his innings has shown resilience. He have shown temperament. He have shown discipline. His shot selection was good. He made use of the loose deliveries when they presented themselves, and one going down the leg side. Did it brush some part of the batsman? We will wait to see if there's any signal. None coming from umpire Pemberton. And the score was calling it quite early. And, well, I don't doubt when they have on glasses and I don't have, so they will be seeing it much more clearly than I do. So I appreciate that. Yeah, that's what it's about, eh? I mean, we spend so much time here, we have to enjoy ourselves. Yes, indeed. But y'all are doing, being very supportive. I truly appreciate it. Without y'all, I couldn't have half gotten in some of the things that I've gotten. A lot of times, in all areas of cricket, it's good to recognize everyone. We will also like to, I will also like to congratulate the ground staff on all the venues that this tournament was played on. Now that it is not easy in terms of preparing pitches, especially when the weather can be inconsistent in that, rain on and off. You have to pull on covers, go back and roll and so. And all the umpires, all the scorers, and all who have made this tournament possible, and my good friend here who has been providing this valuable stream, so you, the viewers out there, actually can be seeing what happening out there. And I don't mind really when you correct me on the little or frequent amount of mistakes that I made. It can only be for my good. So I would not look at it in the negative way. I will take it as a positive and always appreciate your observations. But Jerickson Louis, that innings of 128 will be a lasting memory. In my memory, I see very good potential in the young man, and somewhere along the line, I will try to have a little conversation with him to really motivate him, encourage him, because that is what it should be about. And ask him certain things if he's not aware of that I did observe, not really in the sense whereby, because when you're off the field of play, you can see so much than when you're in the middle of play. But anyway, here is another run for St. Paul's, but the ones and twos would not do it good now at this particular moment. One more run to the total advances their cause onto 156 for the loss of 8 wickets. But the backbone of the innings for St. Paul's obviously is Kwame. Really good knock, sensible, good thinking, no indiscretions. And to my memory, my scorers will correct me, I don't think he did give a chance. So he did not confirm, did not give a chance. So that is even such a good 50, more so in the circumstances. Because when chasing a total that was so huge and being at the crease still at 50 and some 8 wickets going down and he having 50 not out and a little beyond, that is very good. Okay, an hour and 5 minutes he's at the crease, so he's showing good concentration. And another run to St. Paul's. They will all count still. I mean, at least it will bring some respectability to their pursuit in the chase of achieving 252 for victory, which at this present moment now, there is no uncertainties at this particular moment. If I'm proven wrong, I would not do any more streamlined broadcasting. That's all right. Here is solid in defense, good technique. 157 for 8. It is now getting a lot much more overcast. Still, it is not any immediate threat of rain. And St. Paul's, they got another run. 158. It is for 8. And we would also like to thank all the spectators who did follow all the matches on all the various grounds. But St. Paul's is going to earn themselves another boundary by a 4 of that final delivery from Ezroy Powell, which was struck straight down the ground. And 162. It is now for 8. Same 8. So, all in all, a good effort by St. Paul's. Really, 251, like I've been saying, always going to be challenging, and it has proven itself thus far. But Kwame, how well as he continues to bat, and that within itself, whereby, first of all, the partnership, and now getting thus far, St. Paul's have achieved something out of this final, but thus far they have been totally outplayed. They have been totally outplayed, in fairness to them, but good effort by St. Paul's. And is this going to go straight down the ground for 4? Now comes the signal. So it was powerfully hit though, straight back. And I think in the end the bowler did the right thing not to get his... He is to his left, and he's a left armer, to not get any of those fingers damaged. So at this particular time too, even letting go 4 runs, which I would not say that he purposely did it, but I think he might have done the appropriate thing. Is he clean bowl? Oh my, so there it is. Clean bowl, and what it is now, the players are... Wait, that is not the 9th wicket going down? Oh, I thought for a moment. Okay, yes, that's the 9th wicket going down. So the final batsman for St. Paul's is making his way out onto the middle with the total on 166 for 9. And oh yes, well, the valiant performance with the ball, challenger. Can we see a valuable last wicket partnership? Well, in this game of cricket, who knows until it's all over. You never call it off until it's all over. We could remember some years at a higher level. I think it was a test match in Antigua where Amari Banks and somebody had a very valuable partnership for the last wicket. So, I mean, that was a higher level, but a cricket match, even though there are different categories, it still will come down at the end of the day as cricket. But let us see if he has some skills also with the bat, because of the excellent bowling spells that we have seen him throughout this tournament. It will be good if he had some semblance to where he has some batsmanship. So it is challenger. And he's on strike. He bowls left and bats right. Well, at least that looks like a good forward defensive stroke. Just playing it quietly back to the bowler to field to his own bowling. Well, Challenger is showing his skills too. Hitting his second delivery over, um, well, a fielder not right back on the long off boundary, but probably about 15 or 20 yards from that boundary, and earning himself his first runs and coming by a four. And technically, it was a good stroke. 170. I think St. Paul's, though, have done well to have gotten so far, more so after they lost those early wickets. Mott here is challenger playing on drive. He's looking for 2 runs, which I thought should have been on if the other batsman was running quickly, but in the end, he settles. He's now on 5. He will be the non-striker. That is challenger. 171 for 9. So at least this little that I have seen of him, he does not look hopeless is not an appropriate word to use. He looks capable, that he has batting skills. And yes, on this occasion, would it go past the boundary line? It does so. So in any form or fashion, they will all count for St. Paul's, and that even makes their total look a lot much more respectable. 175. Do I have it right? Okay, for 9. Okay, good. So Challenger looks accomplished. He looked like he has skills also with the bat, but definitely he did demonstrate very good skills with the ball. And he is one of the players emerging that I will keep my eyes closely on, and also too, whatsoever I can offer to the young man personally in terms of some different techniques that he can use. I would have also some short conversations with him, and he looks like a very humble individual, and even when he gets wickets, you don't see that kind of pompousness, like he looks calm, and even though he enjoys the success, but every player have their emotional side, and his is more, to me, on the calm side. He bats right, bowls left, and for what I have seen, he has very good potential, and working on that potential, if he can work hard in the nets and practice consistently, he can only get better. But is he the one on strike? Anyway, plays and missed. No run conceded, sorry, in that particular moment. 175 for 9. And I think St. Paul's have held their own in pursuit of the 251, which can overly be emphasized that it was always a huge challenge, but good run by the batsman, playing it down to the fielder, who is deep at mid-on. 176. It is now for 9. Just the 1 wicket standing. And what can it be finished in this over? But that is too much of a high speculation. These two might just surprise us and put on a big partnership. Ooh, that one was a bouncer, very quick one. And we have seen occasionally when Elroy Powell makes that little effort from his run-up, it does not look like he could generate that amount of pace, but he does extract something out of the track. Actually, when he actually puts more effort into it. This has been a good spell by Elroy Powell, the umpire. Telmer Gums at that far end, stretch out her arm. Now all is well. Is this gonna be it? That is the conclusion of the match. And St. Paul's being all out, losing 10 wickets, 176. Yeah, La Ponciana. Pon. Pine? Oh, you pronounce it. And they have come out victorious They scored 251, 7 wickets. They lost. Their most outstanding batsman for them was Jerickson Louis, 128 not out. Elijah Lewis, 74. He struck 7 fours. But Jerickson Louis, he struck 8 fours and 8 sixes. And he provided no chances. So a good championship victory here at the Connery Cricket Center. And we do hope that everyone has enjoyed this series, and many congratulations to the winners. And the players are now doing the sportsmanlike congratulations to each other, that's greeting each other out there in the middle. And there you had it. We would like to also congratulate the St. Kitts Cricket Association, all the umpires, all our consistent scorers, all the ground staff, and everyone who made a contribution to this valuable tournament. So this is yours truly, Victor Eddy, saying goodbye from the Connery Cricket Center. The final total 176, 35.4 overs. Yes, so there you have it. The players making their way into the players' pavilion. And then we will also have a presentation ceremony which will take part on the picture where you're seeing. On the other side of the ground, there will be a presentation. So it is goodbye from yours truly, Victor Eddy, and our scorers here. So, an outstanding victory.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mic test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did it reach? Did it reach? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. We are just about ready to have our presentation ceremony for the So we're about to have the presentation ceremony for the St. Kitts Cricket Association 40 overs per side tournament. We would have seen the finals this afternoon between two teams, La Poinciana and St. Paul's Cricket Club. And I dare say that we had a pretty interesting finals. Could we have a round of applause for both teams, please? I would want to say congratulations to the winning team, Poinciana, La Poinciana.
And although we'll be saying commiserations to the St. Paul cricket team, they too need a round of applause because they must have played some pretty good cricket to be here as a part of the finals. Now, this is a tournament that would have begun back in February, the 9th of February. And of course, we agreed that there would have been some hurdles, there would have been some obstacles here and there. But through it all, we would have seen a pretty exciting finals this afternoon. I dare say there would have been a number of persons, a number of individuals who would have contributed to the success of the tournament. Of course, we would have had the umpires, we would have had spectators, we would have had you, the cricketers, who would have been an integral part of the entire tournament we would have had. It is a tournament that is geared toward providing spectators, a tournament that is geared towards providing competition for you, the cricketers. And the whole idea is that cricket would be the beneficiary of what would have taken place throughout. We would have had 6 teams at the start of the tournament. We would have had the police team. We would have had Molyneux, Keyon playing as a unit, Young Guns, Sandy Point, and of course, the finalists this afternoon, St. Paul's cricket team and the Le Poinciana team. The whole idea is that the league is one that should be growing from strength to strength, and of course, with the support of spectators, with the support of cricketers, with the support of the Almighty God, we will be seeing something that is noteworthy, something that would go a very, very long way. Although I'm not the individual who would have been tutored to say the vote of thanks, we would want to give some appreciation, we would want to show some appreciation to Mr. Jeffrey Hazel and the Department of Sports for the assistance that they would have been providing. And of course, all those persons who in some way, whether it be small or great, they would have contributed to all that would have taken place. I'm going to ask the president of the St. Kitts Cricket Association, Mr. Dennis Phillip, to come and say a few words. And then after that, we will go right into presenting our medals and trophies, etc., etc. Mr. Dennis Phillip, the president of the St. Kitts Cricket Association.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you very much, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Mr. John Samuels, thank you very much. You would have indeed covered much of what I need to say. You have done a very great job in your opening, and of course, almost did the thank you. Thank you very much. This afternoon, I want to start by giving thanks to Mr. Steve Saunders, chairman of the Cricket Committee, along with his members of the Cricket Committee, for organizing and ensuring that this league came to an end, started and came to an end. Steve, thank you very much for all the hard work you have done. I look forward to working with you over and over again. Thank you. To the teams who have participated, including the ones who are not here, I would have loved to have seen particularly all of the teams here. Today we have 2 new teams, basically, 2 young teams, the St. Paul's and Poinciana, who have competed here and have put on a real show. I want to thank both of them and their managers, their captains, and particularly on the side of St. Paul's, I want to give Mr. James Ward some credit for all the work he has been doing, not only with this team, but over the years. Mr. Ward has been very exceptional in terms of getting the young persons, particularly in his area, to play cricket consistently. And because of that, we have been able to field on the 15s, on the 17s, on the 19s, with the majority of players from his constituency, his part. very much, Mr. And of course, on the other side, I want to say thank you to a group that have come about over the past 2 years, La Poinciana. La Poinciana would have somewhat, as we feel, would have stemmed somewhat from Newtown. Just a different name, but they have been doing very well, exceptionally well. They have shown determination, they've shown skill, and of course they also have quite a few young persons. Additionally, on that team, I want to give congratulations for our friend Jerickson, who would have made his century today. Very, very well. He's the only Louis who I think probably has not, gotten up there and made his century, so he has joined the club. Congratulations again. All right, so with all the talk that I've given here, I just want to say that this has come to an end. However, we actually have another league starting shortly, which will be cool and smooth. That is domestic cricket as well, considering that is based on 5 teams this year from St. Kitts and Nevis. That date would be the 15th of May until the 25th. And so it's domestic cricket again in the short format. We have just played 40 overs, even though I would have loved to see that 50, but we are now going into 20 overs. Following that, the calendar continues with primary school and of course secondary school to the Ministry of Sports. So cricket is actually moving ahead. We also have the opening of the Five for Fun cricket, which there's an opening next week, and all the primary schools will be involved. But anyway, I'm not here to give you the calendar for this year. I want to take this opportunity again now and to tell Mr. Ward I'm sorry that you didn't make it to the top, but there's always one winner. And so there's always hope, and looking forward that next year you could be there or some other team, but you have done very well, you and your team, and I want to say congratulations, even though you would not have won it. To the winning team, of course, a great job, and of course, you will be awarded and credited for it. That's all I want to say this afternoon. Thank you very much, and if you could just move the ceremony forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We move right along into our presentations, and I'm going to ask one of our famous cricketers, Mr. Victor Eddy, to assist us in presenting medals to our standing umpires for today. And of course, without the umpires, the game cannot be played because there is need for someone to adjudicate decisions. Our next presentation would be made to the player of the finals, and for his magnificent 128, we would have Mr. Jerickson Louis coming forward to receive his medal. And before he goes back to have a stand with his teammate, we'll have a word with Mr. Louis. the maiden century, getting the monkey off your back. How do you feel?
Ah, we played well. I think my century was down to my teammates. They backed me well, and I just came out and did what I had to do.
Your impressions on the pitch, was it an easy task when you went out there? Could you just begin playing your shots as you wanted to, or you had to dig deep and then make your decisions based on what you would have seen?
Well, the same pass team started well. I think we were like 30 for 4, but I just came out and just backed my skills and just been from there.
100, it's no easy task. What about the concentration? Were you able to concentrate all the way through? Was it one where you felt very comfortable from the first delivery?
Well, I've been in pretty good form as of late, so I was just backing myself and was just going based on what I felt, felt was right at the time. So yeah, I was concentrating very well.
Congratulations again, and here's looking forward to many more centuries.
Cheers, man.
Mr. Jerickson Louis, the player of the match, with his maiden century. We're going to invite Mr. Luther Kelly to come forward now to assist in making the remaining presentations. And we're moving right into the player of the tournament. The player of the tournament scoring 203 runs and taking some 8 wickets, Mr. Tariq Newman. A few words with you, Tariq. A few words with you. 208 runs, 8 wickets. What would you put your success down to for this particular tournament?
Personally, just down to hard work for putting in all the training behind the scenes, so it's no paying off.
Batting and bowling. Most persons will have a preference. What's your preference? Do you prefer the batting or the bowling?
Well, to be honest, for me, it's either one. My batting at any given day could come off, my bowling could come off, so it's just whichever one I could contribute with.
Okay, Tariq, congratulations, and here's looking forward to more consistent performances coming from you. Tariq Newman, 203 runs for the tournament, 8 wickets, your player of the tournament. We would now be moving into our medals and track presentation for today's finalists. We would want to present our silver medals to the second place team, the St. Paul's cricket team, for their performance in this year's St. Kitts Cricket Association 40 overs tournament. St. Paul's, come forward for your silver medals, please. And like I would have mentioned, Mr. Luther Kelly, former umpire, former hard-hitting batsman for St. Kitts, the Leeward Islands, and the West Indies A team or B team, is it? And Mr. Kelly is going to be presenting the medals to our second place team. Captain, vice captain, and then of course the remaining players, you can come forward and get your tournament medals. And after all the medals would have been presented, we would want to have a word with the captain of the St. Paul's team. When the medals would have been presented, of course we would want to have a word with the captain of the team. So we're going to be having a few words with Kevin Esdale from the St. Paul's team. Kevin, good afternoon. Your team would have lost the toss, and the winning team would have decided that they were going to bat first. Had you won the toss, what would you have done?
I would have done the same thing and tried to restrict them as much as possible.
Was it a good pitch? Was it a pitch that you felt comfortable batting on, going in chase of 257, 258 runs?
Yes, it was a wonderful pitch. We just had to apply ourselves and stay focused.
You have lost the game, but it's not all over. What are your plans for next year? Going back, getting yourself together, regrouping, and looking to be in the finals and taking a step further?
Well, all we have to do mainly is to reflect on all the things that we did wrong and all the things that we did right and try to work accordingly.
Congratulations, and here's hoping that next year you have a better tournament. Your winning team now will be coming forward to, in fact, there's a second place trophy that should be presented. And a check, is it? Second place trophy, second place check. Mr. Esdale, your trophy, your second place check. Trophies are rotational. The teams that would be in the ascendancy, a slider, a tack would be slipped on and would move from there. Second place trophy, the St. Paul's Cricket Club. And now we are inviting the winning team to come forward for their medals. The Vice President of the St. Kitts Cricket Association would be presenting the medals. Mr. Delaney. And now the presentation of the winning trophy. So the winning trophy followed by the check for $5,000 for the winning team. Winners trophy and a check of $5,000 for the winning team. Jackson, let's have a word about the team, and then you can go back for the celebrations. What has it been like captaining the Poinciana team?
It's been a lot of ups and downs. Really just pushing the fellas so that we could just push ourselves and go beyond and above our own limits, and just back our skills and just go from there.
First trophy. What are the plans for next year? I know it's a bit early, but having won this one, what are the plans for you and the rest of the guys?
Well, it's been a long time. The trophy has been in town, so we're trying to keep the trophies in town. So next year, we know we're coming definitely hard, and we're gonna be putting everything on the line to win all these trophies.
Congratulations again. Go back and celebrate with the rest of your team, Jackson. So, ladies and gentlemen, say thanks for being a part of this afternoon activities. That team photos will be taken, and we want to say thanks to all who would have contributed to the success of the 2025 St. Kitts Cricket Association 40 overs tournament. I think I would not have mentioned kudos to the scorers who would have done a fantastic job. Just as we had the umpires being important, the scorers would have played a role, and I want to say thanks for the job that you would have done. Looking forward to next year, although it's a bit early. Looking forward to your continued support.